All right. Good afternoon. We're a little late today. I woke up late. That's just how it is. GG, thank you for the 29 months, by the way. Still on to stream, even though normally if I don't start stream by now, I generally don't stream. But, when you wake up at 11:30, my fault. It was less about me not wanting the stream and more about me just not being awake. Okay, good. Thank you for the tier 1 for 6 months. Enjoy your new tuna. But good morning. Good morning, Liger. Thank you for the 14. I say it's morning, but it's afternoon for me. It's 12:30. Been an hour. Me waking up late as per usual. Life of a streamer so hard, I know. Sarcasm, by the way.
Morning.
Alrighty. I'm gonna go run ads on Twitch and we're gonna play Prefertal in the meantime. So let's get that out of the way. Boop-boop. Go to TC. For a second, I thought you were trying to say TwitchCon. No, I have not gone to TwitchCon. I don't plan on going to TwitchCon. This is like a weird pattern. I could probably say it's like a catfish. I don't know. It just has a very catfish-like pattern to me. Anybody else agree? Just feels like a catfish. Well, it's not, and it didn't really give me good info. I don't know. It kind of like moved a lot. I didn't feel like it was moving that fast, though. It wasn't wiggling, so I don't really want to say that. It's not river. I didn't feel like any of like the harder fish. My next guess was like it being one of the night market fish, but catfish is not winter. I feel like I just gotta put another guess out there, realistically. Kind of down to like do a sandfish guess. So it's any season, any weather, but it's not the weird sandfish time. Okay. Any season, any weather fish that are lake, ocean, Ginger Island that do that. No. There's a possibility it was just a hard largemouth. No. River. I don't think so. I think this moves less. No, it didn't wiggle. Or river. It doesn't move like that. No. I would be shocked if it's an octopus, but I've seen worse. Probably not. Can't be because of rain. Squid is not any season. I don't think it's ghost fish. I don't know if it's any time, so it could be ghost fish. I mean, it could be sunfish too, but I doubt it. Not any season. I mean, where's the any season fish? It could be largemouth. I feel like it's largemouth, a Ginger Island fish, or a Mines fish. I just don't think it's these three. It could be stingray. Oh, it could be... No, it can't be void salmon because you can catch catfish there. I don't think it's Slime Jack, because Slime Jack is a wiggler. I think it's Stingray or Largemouth. I'm just gonna go with the Largemouth guess because it tells me... Actually, I'm gonna go Stingray, so it tells me if it's any time or not. It was Stingray. Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. It was a little bit too hard to be a largemouth. I mean, it could have been a mines fish, but it didn't feel like it was hard enough to be the ghost fish or the stonefish, and it wasn't hard enough to be the ice pip or lava eel. What siphon is this? This is Perfertile. Wordle. Literally just Wordle, but fish in Stardew. All right. We're coping, and we didn't get the books that we needed yesterday. I definitely did not fuck it up myself. We just didn't get the books that I needed in the time frame. So we gotta go again. Just forget what I did. I also wasn't very attached to the run anyways, so. Don't very much mind. That was a really annoying set of parsnips to grab. My mouse feels off. Good afternoon, B. Lovely. Is it plus? I thought you can only get it. I guess you probably mean +4 total. But yeah, you can get +2 move speed from the desert. Berries are a waste of time in speedruns, so. I could have continued it because realistically it won't make a difference, but I don't really want to have to go out and water 6 parsnips for the next 3 days still. Because I got a fairy. Because it's not like it hit the entire thing. Like, if it hit all 15, sure. Like, I wouldn't think about restarting. But the fact that I still had to go out and water... I'm just not gonna deal with it. No, thank you. I'd rather restart. Already lost enough time to the first load. Can I place down? Allie, thank you for the tier 1. Going good. Have a nice stream. Thank you. Very good. I don't know why I checked the luck. I was more focused on trying to remember if it was Friday or if it was Friday or Saturday. It is Saturday. 0.468 is our gold crop spot. Unfortunately, I believe it was a level 1 because I didn't check it until the very end, so I can't do the level 0 check. We're just gonna do the bigger range. So we gotta go from 0.4 wait, how much are these? Okay. Okay, so we gotta go from 0.464 to 0.498. What our range is. 0.464 to 0.498. That is why you hover your mouse behind trees, by the way. Streamer is still waking up. I mean, I'm trying to like path properly and still pick up the forage as I'm looking at a spreadsheet on my right, trying to do math in my head. I don't even think if I was awake, I would still be able to do that coherently. Gonna be honest here. That said, I am definitely still waking up, but... Oh. I guess I don't need to plant these in the cursed layout. Reset from yesterday because I didn't get the books that I needed. I reset one today because I got a fairy on day 1. Surely I'll get a piece of coal soon. Good enough. Doing perfection? Yep. Well, I would say more for fun. And while I'm doing it definitely for fun, because I do enjoy doing perfection, I'm still trying to PB, so still a little serious. Just a little. What are you expecting? A few new strategies are being used, namely treasure totems for Omni Geodes. And I am using a different strategy for secret notes, or specifically the journal scraps. Lucky. Trying to learn animation canceling. I've been doing it for basically, what, 5 years now? I feel like if you've done anything for 5 years, you're going to make it look easy to somebody just trying to learn it. Happy Saturday, Melissa. And thank you for the good luck. Trying to remove the tree seeds a little bit more that I see in the ground because they become nuisances later. I don't really need the extra wood from them. Perfection speedrun easier because of 1.6 books where you can get all the cooking recipes. It does save a little bit of time overall, but it's a lot to do with the other books more so than the cooking book. It also has to do with the mastery room. We already had to get level 10 in all skills, so it's not any extra time than what we did before. And then there's new, faster ways of getting level 10 in all skills, namely the books from by buying them from the traveling cart. And then some of the items in the mastery room are absolutely broken for this run. Iridium Scythe and Treasure Totems being the main two that are just absolutely SS tier for a run like this. Iridium Scythe makes harvesting go much quicker, and then Treasure Totems basically solves our Omni Geode problem, our museum problem, and it should help with the journal scrap problem. But the journal scrap problem is more of, I just don't want to read any of the journal scraps until I have all of them. Because the more journal scraps you read, the lower chance of finding another one becomes. So you just don't want to read them until, like, you have all of them. That said, the recipe book is now the reason you can complete perfection in 115 days from the start of a save file. So you do have that. That's what the book is. That and Star Drop Tea. Take a little bit longer without Star Drop Tea because of Kent. I think I'm just selling a leak in a dandelion. Will this run be 5 years? I can't remember if I go 5 or 6 years in this route. The route kind of stops after like the 3 to 4 year mark in my notes because by that point it's kind of just spitballing it. It's just like get the remaining stuff that you still need. So I never really write that stuff down. Pieces of coal. I'm not because we don't. It's not officially allowed or disallowed yet, so I don't want to have to plan an entire run because it would have to change the entire route for it for something that I don't know if it's going to be allowed or not. Also, there's still a few things to figure out in it in terms of what is actually better to do in some cases. Because we don't need that much money, so we don't actually need to do a lot of the refill tech. Because it's like, if you get 2 fish ponds to 999, that's 16 million gold. That's more money than I need for the rest of the run. Right? So it's like, I don't need to do the 500 stack thing. I just need to fill up the entire fish pond. So it's like, if I get 2 fish ponds like that, you know, kind of one of those things. Yeah, the main instances of resetting in this particular run right now is trying to get the garden bundle from the CC. So today I'm checking it. I'm just getting the stuff for the first bundle, and then I'm trying to win a 1 in 3 for the garden bundle. And then after that, it's books from the traveling cart. I'm trying to get, at the bare minimum, the fishing book and the combat book. But the foraging book would also be much appreciated. I think the combat book saves too much time now because it's really easy to just have combat level 10. And then it speeds up a lot of things. So, I don't think there's a world where I can miss out on those 2 books. The foraging one I can, like, skate by with, or without. But I need those 2. Specifically. It's generally a vote on speedrun.com. I don't know if they're gonna make it public or not, but it's generally the mods that decide. They generally make it a vote though, so it's a community voted thing for speedruns at least. To be fair, it only affects perfection speedruns. So it's not like it affects the majority of people. It's public, it's in suggestions, yeah. I think for the mods, a lot of them basically said if it's patched by CA, we probably shouldn't allow it, but if it's not, then we just leave it. You know. That was the general sentiment about it. I kind of agree with it. Because the shitty part is if it's patched, then to run perfection, you have to run on a down patch. And I do prefer perfection to be required on current patch, just because of it being perfection. It should include everything. So it's going to be, like, slightly shitty if, it's going to be shitty if CA next patch adds, like, 3 or 4, like, new items or, like, whatever he adds on, like, another patch or whatever. And then you're not running on current patch to avoid it. It's like you're not really doing everything then, just because you want to run with fish ponds. And that's more of my view on it. Yeah, there's not, like, an actual, like, mechanical reason as to why it should be disallowed. Don't get me wrong. Like, I think it's actually kind of funny and, like, cool and whatnot. My issue is if it is patched, I do prefer perfection to be ran on current patch, and that's just, like, the issue with it. Because, again, like, he adds new stuff, then it's like, you know. I always check the fucking... Silver quality bait parsnip. Yeah, I think there would be a better ruling for it. There could be. Hello. I saved the chair for Pam because the day that I go to the desert, I can easily just boost Pam myself because I'm waiting for shops to open. I also don't really walk in front of Pam. I don't really want to run all the way over to the right-hand side on the one day that... I mean, I guess I could technically do it today, but it's that's also an inventory issue. No leaks. Okay. I mean, the reason why the fish pond manip is actually kind of interesting for perfection speedruns is because the only part that it cuts out is having to harvest like 18 rounds of ancient fruit with the iridium scythe. While that's satisfying and whatnot, it's like, I feel like just manipping 2 fish ponds is like cooler, if you get my point. It's like, that's the only change that it'll do. The only other thing that it could potentially do, which I'm still like somewhat arguing with Alexa, is whether or not it's worth doing an octopus for Omni Geodes in the fish pond, or if it's just faster to use a generous hoe with treasure totems on the island, because both are stupidly quick. Yeah, but both are like stupidly quick, and that's kind of like the thing. The setup time for the octopus is just a little too long, I feel like. But it's like, it's really easy to set it up while you're doing the tiger slime eggs in the first part, or in the first part anyways, right? And it's more of like the counterpoint. Also, the thing about the octopus is, how many octopus do you need in there for Omnis to start showing up? I don't think it's 9, is it? It's probably less. How many do you need? Because if it's like, if you can get it with like 1 or 2, then you never really have to worry about it. It doesn't take the setup time. Okay, it is 9. Never mind. Yeah, that's probably bad then. I'm actually kind of surprised it's 9. That feels like really bad, no? If you're wondering why I do parsnips in a pattern like this, it is because I'm trying to guarantee a gold quality parsnip. So I know what my RNG is. You could literally do it. Yeah, I mean, that would also work. Wait, Omni Geodes from Octopus has the same odds of the tiger slime egg showing up from lionfish? That's messed up. Oh, yeah. That said, you still need to get 2 well, I mean, not really. You would need 3 ponds realistically to do it then, and that's 15 seaweed, which I don't know if it is worth it or not. Because you need 2 ponds for the tiger slime eggs. You don't really want to do it with 1, because if you do 2 ponds with the tiger slime eggs, then you only need to find the tiger slime egg once. And that's more of the thing about it. As for the octopus are terrible. Octopi. The coral 1 honey, 1 oyster, 3 refined quartz, 1 dried starfish. The green tea one's kind of fucked. This is so messed up, game. This is the second, like, I've only gotten to check the community center once. That's so messed up. Actually losing like just 2 minutes for this, but I don't care at this point. Well, because it was raining, I don't really lose the time for I don't lose the time for watering. Because I just have to place down the scarecrow and then I can sleep a day. Because it doesn't matter when I do this part. It only matters of when I harvest. So as long as I'm watering, it's fine. So I'm just I just reset the day here and I'm just going to do it. I basically just lose the walk time that I had going down to the guy. There was no spring onions. Yeah, that's the reason why I had to reset. It's because there is no spring onions. Or reset the day. Like I'm running the row, or not in a row, but it's like my first run I had a fairy. My second run I did not get a spring onion. My third run was the farm fish bundle, and then this run was no onions again. So 2 out of the 4 runs today have been 0 spring onions. Which is kind of fucked. So it's like I'm not even getting the check if the garden bundle is there or not. And that's the part that I'm annoyed about. I'm fine if I lose the RNG. Or like I don't get the garden bundle. It's like it's a 1 in 3, whatever. It's just so sad when I just spend 7 minutes just for the run to die, not to the garden bundle, but to the spring onion spawn. I mean, this run's gonna have the garden bundle just because I had to waste like all that time. No, it's always fish farm bundle. Why isn't it fish farm bundle? At what point in the run can you tell if I'm gonna get a sub 6 or sub 18? Probably about the time that I do. I'm done harvesting ancient fruit. If you're wondering, that's probably about 12 hours into the run. Bro. I'm not gonna move the rug in front of the TV because then if it's raining, the cat spawns on the rug right in front of where I want to leave, losing me time every single time. Why would I do that? GA was doing a, I don't think it was a podcast. It was more of an interview with one of the developers of the sound engine he used to make the music for Stardew. And he sampled a few songs of Hunter Chocolatier, and B-Boss was one of them. And then it got, well, I feel like my community kind of made it extremely popular, and then he just decided to release the full thing as like a teaser on his YouTube. There used to be a bigger reason to have the cat over the dog, and that was because you couldn't skip the cutscene, and the cat saved 3 seconds over the dog's cutscene. Now, since you can skip it, I still pick cat because the cat's less likely to get in the way than the dog because the dog moves more. What's it called? Bone Zone? Because it didn't have an official name, and we just like Bone Zone. It's a dancing emote. It's the emote name that is spammed while it's going on. Why did we reset from yesterday? I didn't get the books I needed. That streamer, you were like 4 hours into that run. Welcome to speedrunning. So pattern is to basically guarantee a gold quality parsnip for parsnip manip. It technically has a very small chance of failing, but I ignore that. I am playing as a male farmer in this run. And that's because I'm using the remix bundles, and one of the remix bundles can possibly require cookies. So the cookie gift from your mom as a male is much more valuable to me than the extra 500G playing as a female. Because then I don't have to bother getting cookies or an ancient doll, which would be one of the choices if I get the children's bundle. Because you can get the other two easy. It's like 10 salmon berries and I forget what the other one is, but it's easy. And then you need a third one, which is either ancient doll or cookies. And cookies is very easy to get as a male farmer. The reason I look as a female is if I'm going to be spending 18 hours in this game, I'd rather look at something cute. So I just swap the genders after I randomize it on female a little bit. Ice cream? Yeah, you just buy ice cream. Yeah, there's no Joja at all in this run. This run's Joja-less. I'm Joja Cola. No, I'll use Joja Cola if I get it early on, at least, prior to coffee. Darn. In this run, definitely RNG, due to the fact of the high bar margin that I'm looking for at the start here. That said, I have definitely not been playing very good the past few days. Don't get me wrong, I've thrown plenty of runs myself, but I definitely kill more runs to RNG than player skill. All the runs that I've killed today have all been to RNG. Let's just put it at that. I even tried to make one continue because I didn't have a spring onion. Yeah, every run that's had a flower bundle has died because of skill issue, but I've had less flower bundles than any other bundle. So, Therefore, I lose more runs to RNG than me throwing to flower bundles. I don't ever really want to play Expanded. I have no interest in playing it. I'll just leave it at that. I don't care if it's different. I enjoy what I'm doing. I don't mind resetting like this. Not like it would be different if I speedran a different category. Media Center is just Mine Simulator. For 90% of the runs into the run dying at Fish. So what does it matter? I'm pretty content with playing 1.6. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't remember the last time I've gone to the Ice Fish Festival. To be quite honest. Do you have a favorite category? I mean, the Community Center is probably still my favorite category. Perfection's probably a close second now. I do enjoy the 1.6 Perfection run. That said, CC is ran on 1.5, so take that with a grain of salt. CC 1.6 is worse than CC 1.5 currently. You probably, on average, lose about 3 to 4 minutes to 1.6 on for CC compared to 1.5. You have a favorite Juno Kart level? The ice level, because you get to go fast. Can't you just farm money and buy perfection? This run requires me not to use Jojo whatsoever, so I'm not allowed to use waivers, the Jojo Parrot, or Jojo Mart. I'm doing it all through standard means. If I were to do it through Jojo waivers, I could finish this in about 7 hours. With the asterisk, because 7 hours is with the fish pond exploit. Why am I stupid? A few of the things that, like, you can quote-unquote say we exploited were patched. The main one being, we used to buy the pufferfish from the traveling cart in all CC runs because it had a 37.5% chance of showing up. Yeah, that doesn't exist anymore. That was basically fixed. So it has about, what, like a 4% chance of showing up. So now we have to catch the pufferfish normally, which, because of the time frame that you get it in, and it becomes by far the hardest catch in the run, you probably lose about 2 to 3 minutes on average to it every single run. And then there's a few other, like, small things, like the barrels in the mines are absolutely atrocious on 1.6 compared to 1.5. So you lose a decent amount of time to, like, not having a weapon a lot of the runs that you do. The books don't really help as well. Also, the tapper is on forging level 4 now instead of forging level 3, so we have to get an entire new forging level, which is basically double the amount of XP we used to get. That's pretty big. We have to get double the amount of forging XP we used to get because of that. I've never played on the Switch, so I can't tell you. My tip would be to play on PC because it's a better version. I don't even understand what a fencing rule for an animal will be. If there's a fence in the way, it can't pass through it. I don't know what other fencing rule you're implying here. You can go through fences with horses. Think it's even possible. Somebody would have to seed specifically the console seeds, but yeah, it should be possible on console, theoretically. It's not actually that tight. I just made my start more optimal than it really needed to be, just because. Why not? Uh, 6 or 7. Been getting screwed by garden bundle and spring onions. I didn't even need the spring onions this run. Oh my god. Picking up garden bundle. Actually not terrible. Standard, okay. Honestly, not the greatest bundle mashup, I must admit, but it's reasonable at least. Squash and broccoli, but it doesn't matter because I have brewers. So I'm fine getting the honey late. I already have that. Can ducks swim? Yes. Yeah, after a certain period of time, if you leave your farm and go in, all the farm animals just warp inside the coop to prevent them from getting stuck. As long as the door is open. Fences are basically only decor. They do absolutely nothing for the animals. It doesn't make a difference if you block the animals in or not. Like, they're only convenient for pigs, so you know where your truffles are instead of them just being littered throughout the entire farm. Basically the only upside to them. Otherwise, they're just unneeded. I can't go yet, right? Yeah, okay. No fishing book. What's our number? 0.571. Oh, 0.571. So it goes from... Why? Why can I not deselect everything? What the fuck? Why did it just, like... Why is it so delayed? What is my PC doing? 601 would be the range. There we go. There's our range. Wait, why is everything just shifted? What the fuck? What did my PC just do? Why did it just move that? I, like, literally was just shift clicking. What number were we at? 571. Fuck. There we go. I'm not gonna check those early ones. We can check summer 12th, but we're probably just gonna end up checking fall 5th. I can't check those. I can check summer 12th though if I really wanted to. Okay. How to use Excel? Well, the issue is I was shift clicking to try to highlight the thing, and then for whatever reason, my PC just decided to click 17 times and drag stuff across the thing. Hell, it dragged the one of the columns before the fucking spring 5th, or the date stuff, which is, I don't even know how I could do that with just a simple shift click. That's all I did, was shift click once. Got a neutral day, so it's not the best luck, but I don't have many days to do this, so If Excel was an Adobe product, I wouldn't be surprised if it was fucking crypto mining, but... Mainly because of the Mastery Room. Treasure Totems and Iridium Scythe go burr. And there was very few things added to perfection. There's a cooking recipe, 5 to 6 new crafting recipes, and then like 5 to 6 more shipping items, which can all be gotten in the span of like 30, 40 minutes. Once you have everything unlocked, which I will late game. So it adds about 30 to 40 minutes of item collecting compared to the Iridium Scythe, which probably saves about 2 hours, and Treasure Totems, which probably also saves about 2 hours. So I would take that time loss gladly for the 2-hour time save of those 2 items alone. Not to mention books. We have neutral luck? Yeah. Let me get rid of this. Jade. Do I like feel like picking up more spring onions is worthless because it's like, sure, it's nice, but it's like, look how long this is taking. I'd rather just eat like 3 extra parsnips. It's the same amount of energy. How did that coal just go flying? Fortunately, I think I killed all 3 of those monsters on unvalid tiles. That cool. Hello. And check bottom left corner for a freebie, but surely that doesn't bite me in the ass. We're not squinting for the dark floors, but... floor 19, floor 19. Oh. Now we're extra glowy. Interesting. There's a little bit of hassle for later. No blueberries. I know blueberries because I generally okay, so this is like way later. This is like year 2 shenanigans. I use blueberries and seed makers that generally hard force an ancient seed. But now I don't have to do that, so I don't have to do blueberries in summer year 2. Is basically what it means. So it saves me that hassle. Is all it does. Which is like, don't get me wrong, it's probably like 5-10 minutes, but probably more closer to 5. Because it's just like, I just have to go and like seed maker blueberries every day for like half a month, which isn't that much time, but because I still need the seed makers for the ancient fruit propagating themselves, so it's not like it makes it so I don't have to get the seed makers anymore, right? So propagating them. Just not having to do the blueberries is nice. Why now kill gold slime? I guess it can technically drop straight up cash now, right? Not a lot, so I'm not really... I don't care that much, but... Rawr. I was hoping it would give me a ladder so I didn't have to walk up. So I don't have to, like, forehead for the ladder. There, but hopefully I don't need him. To be fair, freebies on the dark floors can be scary because if they spawn in the wrong spot, then you can't see them. Oh. Inventory was full. Rip that energy and topaz. White Arizona guy, thank you for the 3 months. I'm pretty sure AZN is abbreviating Arizona. Could be wrong. No. Maybe I'm Arizona pilled. What's AZN fucking abbreviating then? Am I delusional? Asian? Oh. Yeah, I'm Arizona pilled. No good luck day kind of blows, but what can you do? I'm sorry, I'm checking out what the book check days are, and I'm probably about to just reset based off of them. The entirety of year 2, I have like one check. Or one book. I have, all the books are in year 1 and 3. And it's like late year 3. If it was early year 3, sure. But it's late year 3. Which is bad. I want to be fishing by then. That said, I don't think it's worth resetting because I have a check on the... Well, I've guaranteed at least one check in spring. There's a small chance that I get 2, but it's either spring 14th or spring 16th. I get one winter 21st year 1, which is guaranteed, but I do not have the money by then. And then I have one more in on spring 15th year 3. And then realistically, I don't get a bunch of checks until like fall winter year 3. And then spring year 4. I mean, I should at least go for the first few cart checks. And then base. And just to see, because I actually get a spring and a fall cart check early in year 1. So then I can see what my books will be later on into the run. If I have like decent chances of getting combat and fishing book, I can continue it. If not, we're just gonna reset. I need 14 more copper bars. plus 20, so I need 70 more copper. That's not what I wanted to click on, but okay. Okay. Iron went very quick for the amount that I needed. We're kind of lacking on copper, but fine, honestly. I need 10 more iron. Am I picking up this extra iron so I can save money later? Probably. All right, now I need 70 copper ore, I believe. Probably gonna have to go left side of the farm. I'm pretty poor. I'm gonna check summer 12th just because I can get the rare. Oh wait, no, I don't need a rare seed this run. Damn. I feel like it's not worth checking summer 12th just because it's like a very low % odds. But I mean, probably resetting this to being poor. Now we're good. Never mind. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, guys. My brain is kind of like shut off today. I'm kind of just playing. You couldn't tell. Kind of leaving you guys to yourselves. Pretty easy to tell, but. That's 7-7. Hope I have enough coal. I think I'm actually short on coal. Did I craft 24 of these? So 21. Oh, yeah, okay. Summer 12th is our first book check day. You missing a sprinkler? Oh, you're right, I am. Oh, rip those crops. We'll get one harvest out of them. Oh, well. No, fairy's not hitting them. Can I get 3 harvests out of these now? Okay, well, I'm gonna get fucking shit-ass harvest. That is a terrible fairy placement. I don't know what day it is. I don't think I can. I'll try, but I don't think I can. Actually, no, I should be able to. Yeah, I get 2 harvests out of them. Or 3. Sorry, not 2, 3. I'm missing 1 coal. I'm gonna get it now. Don't have to worry about it later. Cool. On my way. I've resetted quite a few, but that's just how perfection runs are. Do I need squash? I do, perfect. Thank you. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're gonna be buying 25 more of that, so I should put that in my inventory. It'd be good otherwise. Oh yeah. Right. Got the morning here to do this. Selling at Pierre does not count as shipping for perfection, no. The other ones that I need. Covered. Oh. $86. $86. I do not need hops because I have artisan. Okay. It was melon for this, right? Yeah, okay. Wow, we actually had perfect cash. Yeah, thank you for the prime. I'd thank you for the tier 1 for 3 months. Really appreciated. Another one. We're really just making V do a bunch of scambas.
Another one less than 3.
Summer 12th is the next day we go out. Because that should be when the pumpkins are done, or the melons are done, and then we can go check a small tidbit of our RNG check. is likely not going to be there. We have 3 potential hits in terms of RNG out of like 34, but it's possible. And if I hit it, then I extremely narrow down the RNG. It's pretty sizable. I get them pretty late though, because they're expensive, and I want to get money rolling, because you need money to make money in this game. So I gotta make money and gotta invest it into making more money before I can invest it into coffee to make me slightly faster. I get coffee before I like actually do a lot of running. Okay, I thought these melons would be done, but that's fine. That's the main thing. Okay, so it'd be really big if there's a book today, but I am not betting on it. I don't need to buy anything, so I don't need to worry about money. Proceed. Nothing hurts with that check. Yeah, we're trying to hard force gold quality here. So to do that, we're going to get 1 in our inventory. We're going to fill up the rest of our inventory right here, so I can only pick up the remaining gold quality ones that I harvested last time. I believe was 3. And then we're going to, well, okay, let me plant these before I forget. Gotta refill up our inventory again. And we're going to do the same thing tomorrow because all the qualities are going to shift. And we're just going to do this until we have 5. I have 5, so. Rid of those 2. And we're good. I'm just going to do that tomorrow. This will be sold. And then tomorrow, all our blueberries will be finished. Much as I like these rain days, I'm scared that my crops are going to get destroyed. Especially the ones I only have 1 of. Actually, I don't need blueberries for the community center. Our next traveling cart check is the 5th of fall, by the way. And this one, we're basically guaranteed to hit a book. If I don't hit a book on this fall one, like, I know exactly where our RNG is. There's only 2 slots where I can't not hit this book. Our fall 5th book here should determine quite a bit. Also, apparently based off of last run, if our fall 5th book was... What was our fall 5th book? I think it was the combat one. If our fall 5th book is combat... Oh, wait, never mind. It would have to be a certain... The next book check would have to be a certain day. Never mind. Just take what I just said with a grain of salt. There's a chance that it's really good, but it's probably bad, so it won't matter. Yeah, I mean, it has to be a specific date away. I was just comparing fall 5th to our last fall 5th thing. That's just not how it works, is it? I don't need rare seed this run, so we can skip it. Hopefully I have everything. I have not reached level 80 in the mines. There's been no reason to. Dehydrators are shit anyways. I will reach level 80, yes. I mean, I'll be farming gold ore specifically for, what are they called? For mining level 6, which does also give us the quality sprinklers that I will be crafting later. Five. What was the other plant I need? Yam and eggplant. I don't need the iron because I don't need the egg and whatever. I don't need the copper as well. I think I have about 200 wood, or 200 stone. I need to buy one more coal. Darn. I don't think I have an extra coal in my chest. And I don't have my pickaxe anymore, so it's not like I can farm another one. Let's actually walk back to Clint Angle. Trying to do the math in my head of how much I needed because I didn't need to buy as many copper and iron bars for kegs and tappers. I don't need either in this run now. I don't need to buy the 30 copper, and then I also don't need the 20 extra iron. Okay, Demetrius, I'm gonna need you to have your bats be good and give me the fruits that I need quickly. I did have 200. Ooh, this looks ugly over here. Oh, Lord. I hadn't had it this bad up here in a hot minute. All fifth. A red hoodie definitely fits more with fall right now. Uh, 18 hours, 40-ish minutes. About 2 hours. Have I not got a mahogany seed yet? I guess I haven't broken that many. I need a few mahogany seeds to get the mahogany trees going, but... I'll just complain a little bit of all the problems. At the start, yeah. Because I need the fish book. Do, but okay. Because it's not my cabin, I can't move the bed. That. All 26, we have another check. Ninth now. New Statue of Blessing worth something? No, this run is pretty awful. Keeps me restarting runs. They're not good enough. Easiest way to explain it. If I reset it, it's not good enough. Trying to PB. See. This run's probably just gonna die anyways because of the lack of artisan goods. I need 4 unique fruit from the Bat Cave. Why it's actually better to see Brewer's Bundle most of the time. Artisan is actually quite annoying. Five cold corn already. I gotta check the Bat Cave to see how doomed we are. Two, 3, and 4. We're actually already good. I have remixed mines. I don't even know if I have that or not, and I can just buy a tree later. I could check if I have it. I technically have it unlocked, but... I just don't care to check it right now. Because it does not matter. I won't be doing it until near 3 anyways. Alright, so basically how our RNG looks, we're either going to get a book today or a book on the 28th, and then it basically halves our RNG. If we get a book on both dates, that's very good for us. But it's likely just going to be one or the other. You know, I guess I could have predicted that I was going to get this because of how the last one went. I just known. If we got the book on that day, then we got Bait and Bobber. It literally tells me nothing other than, like... I mean, I guess it tells me a little bit, but... Alright, I love logging. And then these jars not working anymore. Got Bait and Bobber. We're gonna go out on the 28th again and check. Okay, it would be really big to know if we get another book on this day, because then I have RNG like actually pinpointed to like four things. 4 points. That's right, cabbage seed. We still basically have it narrowed down, though, at the very least. Alrighty. Alright, I'm gonna pause here. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm just gonna get up and stretch. It's been 2 hours. I'm gonna be doing the same. And then I'm gonna very quickly look over the other stuff. I will be right back. I just got to the bathroom. Okay. I don't have maps. Headset. Alright, I'm gonna exit the title so I don't feel bad about. Alright, so this is the RNG line that we're looking with right here, because we hit our fall 5th one and fall 26, but we did not hit our fall 28th. So this is our RNG line right here. So we're guaranteed one on the 21st of winter, and then these spring year 2 ones are a little iffy about which ones we'll hit. So unfortunately I have to go both on the, well, I guess one's the 14th, but I have to go on the 16th of spring, which blows. Because I don't like waiting until noon. Other than that, we got a big dipping point until spring year 3, which kind of sucks. But then we hit these again. So our main hope is, well, unfortunately, like, we have to hit the fishing book on either one of these 2 days or both if I have perfect luck, and then we have to hit it on the 15th here. Is when we have to hit the book. This is too early. This won't matter. So basically what we know is on fall 5th here we got the combat book, so this is where we are. The unfortunate part is getting the fishing book on fall 26 here just does not whittle down anything. I would have rather have gotten the book on the 28th instead so I could see where exactly we are. But that said, when's our next fall check? Fall winter check. Well, okay, our next fall winter check is the 21st of winter, year 1. So, depending on what I get here, I can narrow it down a little bit. I'm most likely going to get the farming book, but I can also get the fishing book. And then what that can tell me in year 3, fall 26, and winter year 3, or winter 19th, year 3. So if I go back here, so did I say fall? Yeah, fall 26, year 3. There's a high chance that we get the forging book, which is fine. I'm fine getting the forging book that late. Is pretty good. Yeah, so if we get the farming book on the winter 21st check, we're guaranteed the forging book in year 3 and fall. And then fall, or winter 19th, year 3. We're almost guaranteed the, okay, that's actually pretty good. So as long as I get the farming book, right? Winter 21st. Yeah, as long as I get the farming book on the 21st here, I should be guaranteed the forging book and the combat book in year 3. Guaranteed. Which is nice. So that means I just need to hit the fishing book on either spring 14th, spring 16th, or spring 15th, year 3. So I have 3 chances of hitting the fishing book. And then I have the other 2 books guaranteed. Almost guaranteed. There's a 70% chance. If I get the fishing book instead, though... I get farming. I'm sorry, I get mining in winter 19. And yeah, if I hit the 30% fishing book on winter 21st, it's basically an instant reset. Because then I get mining and farming book later on instead. Okay. So we're gonna check the traveling cart on winter 21st. If we get farming book, we continue the run. If we don't get farming book on winter 21st, it's an instant reset. And then after that, we're just hoping we get the fishing book on one of our other days. Easy peasy. Everybody write that down. It'll be on the next exam. Winter 21st. Don't let me forget. All you need to know is winter 21st, basically. If winter 21st has farming book, we're good. If it doesn't, instant reset. This is basically how this works. And then we still need the spring books to clutch up and give us a fishing book. You know, I thought I was doing the greenhouse shenanigans today, but that is not true. Cosmic, thank you for the prime. I should probably check out the other bundles real quick. We need Chiff. We got Children's Bundle. Spirits Eve. We're gonna need extra corn. We do need an extra plum, but that's fine. Forger. Okay, I do not need... I don't need hollies, is basically what I'm telling myself. I was saying if I needed hollies. Not the greatest room. Not the greatest bulletin board. It's okay. It's not bad. It's just the amount of berries I need is somewhat annoying. Yeah, I had to go to a wedding recently, so I got a haircut for it. Definitely got it a little too short, but I mean, it's fine. It'll grow. It'll grow back. It looks fine. Yeah, I know it looks fine, but I prefer it to be a little longer. I would just keep long hair, but I don't take care of it well, so... easier to deal with shorter hair. emo fringe action going on. Sure. Bang, yeah. I wasn't really questioning the fringe part. I was more just trying to think of what it actually looked like because I don't really pay attention to that stuff. Oh no, the raccoon! Kramer, how could you kick out a raccoon like that? How dare you? What did he do wrong? Should be good. You know, I looked over right when the pager emote reset. I'm just like, why is chat spamming white circles? But no, it's just Pedro. We're 2,240. 42,240 is what I need to sell to today. Okay, technically, I needed to sell one more pumpkin, but we'll just plant the ancient fruit instead. And then just do 87 star fruit. Because I needed 500 for the bus ticket. I also got distracted and forgot to speed up Pam. It's fine. Got to pick up the... One ancient seed, please. Alright, now we are sleeping until the 14th. Goes the tree. So, sleeping until the 14th. Harvesting. Sleeping, selling star fruit. And then once we get through that on the 15th, then we gotta check the cart on the 21st. I'm gonna put this in the keg. I want extra and I don't really want to deal with the another round. Okay, nice. Is the new farm any good for speedrunning? It's good for Mayo percent. Other than that, it's a pretty garbage farm. It's very good if you need a 1,000 gold cast injection at the very start of the farm and it's not going to be a long run. And or it's very good if you, for whatever reason, need a coop at the start. Unfortunately, 90% of runs do not need the coop at the start, so it's just worse than the forest farm. Because it cripples you by giving you hay to start off with instead of parsnips. That is very crippling for most speedruns. And coop animals are not very good at making money besides the golden chicken, which you can't get until after perfection, so it's... You would think starting with a coop is very nice because it's what, like 4,000 gold plus whatever of the supplies worth of value. No, it's not very good. Starting with a coop is probably one of the worst things you can start with in this game because it's an annoyance. It doesn't produce much money. You gotta make sure your animals are fed. Bluegrass isn't all that good. You gain 8 extra friendship points with it a day if you can force them to eat bluegrass every single day, which, again, isn't nearly as good as you think it would be. Like, it's a fine farm. It's pretty. It does its job. It's like if you're playing casually, what farm you choose just does not matter. Don't get me wrong. But for speedruns, it's pretty useless, other than the select runs that specifically want to coop early, which then it's nice. But there's only one run like that. Gotta say thank you for the 5 gifted. It's very niche, to say the least. Jack be nimble, Jack be thick. Yeah, it's good for Mayo, as I said. It's good for Mayo and people who want to focus on animals early in a challenge run playthrough. But other than that, it has really awkward water locations. And then on top of that, it doesn't really have any like benefits other than like again the cash injection and starting with a coop. Whereas like Forest Farm, like look at this hardwood. It's so nice for a run that needs a lot of hardwood early, so I don't have to walk down to the secret woods, which is just a huge waste of time. It also single-handedly has the best forging farm in the game. Where if you're just looking for forging XP, taking a axe and going between these two cabin setups that I have and breaking the 8 stumps in total is the fastest way to gain forging XP in the game now, besides buying books. Or having a mass amount of mushrooms or mushroom stumps. Today is truly special. Thank you for the 69 months. It really is. Bless. Nice. Very nice.
Today is truly special.
That is a lot of months. Should be good. Extra money. How many more? Well, yeah, wait, no, it is a weekend. How many more times have you died in Elden Ring today? I died a lot more times today. Yikes. Yo, me and Alex match. We got the red hoodie on. Twinsies. I gotta do the math. I can buy it. Oh, that's annoying. More jars. Greenhouse is moved, but it's technically one tile too high, but it doesn't make a difference. Just a wee bit annoying. I knew it was coming. You could see it on my face. I gotta buy seeds still. I'm not reading the secret notes because the more secret notes you read, the lower odds of which you get secret notes. So by not reading them, I'm more likely to get more secret notes, even if I will occasionally get a duplicate. It works better with general scrap because you are much less likely of getting duplicates because they're ordered. I just didn't feel like reading them. Easier explanation to it. Okay, I'm gonna have to, like, not buy... I'm gonna have to, yeah, for spring here, to have a chance of buying all the fishing books I need, because I'm not gonna bet on getting another one later. I'm gonna have to not buy like my mass amount of starfruit seeds until later. I'm gonna have to buy like the bare minimum of starfruit seeds until or to make sure I can afford as many books as I can, because I have a pretty early book check in spring, and I absolutely need to buy these books. All right, to the 21st. Basically, the 21st here determines on if this run continues or not. Could wait one more day, but it's fine. If there is a farming book in the traveling cart, we're good. If it's not farming, we're fucked. Glorious, thank you for the 39 months. God damn. Book. Farming or fucked, yeah. I don't want to buy the farming book, but it just confirms about whether or not I get a combat and forging book in year 4. Is what this does. If I get the fishing book, that I'm not getting those 2 books. All right, we're good. We can play this. We can play this. All right, now. So we have our combat and forging book lined up for us now. We're good on those 2. Now in spring, I basically have 2 tries. There's a chance I get 3 to get the fishing book. Otherwise, GG as well. Just keep that in mind. So I can hit it spring 14th and or spring 16th. As next check, spring 14th and spring 16th are the 2 days that I could hit the next book. And then I technically have a 3rd one in year 3 in spring. Why am I harvesting this today? There's no reason to. I just need to sell. Oh. Chopping down hardwood in the morning, I guess. Not a huge deal. What is it? I got farming book. We're good. The run would be at the main menu right now if I didn't get it. Let me get the carrot seeds real quick. If I have another pomegranate. Or not. Just gotta wait here for Pam at this point. 87 times 2. And you buy 100, and I'm just gonna buy 175 star fruit today. 175 because that'll last us. That'll do the 2 rounds before I get to do the check. I'll need 2 before then. Yeah. Second one will be going. So 174. And then I should have enough money to be able to buy any of the books that I get on the checks. Hey. That's on fish pond being able to produce double. There's a debate about whether or not it's even going to be allowed, so I'm choosing not to do it as that debate happens because I don't want to route something that is potentially just going to be banned if I put in the effort to do that. And I'm also kind of a believer that perfection should always be ran on the most updated patch or the most current patch, because it's like it is affected by like the new items or anything that's added. And there's probably a very high chance that CA patches it, and if that's the case, then I'm not gonna down patch for it, you know. I was making sure there wasn't another cart check beforehand. Which runs would you route it in? It only works in perfection because it requires the mastery room. No run is long enough other than perfection. So it only affects perfection runs. And again, like my stance on perfection runs is it should be on the most updated patch. And again, I would not be surprised if it gets patched out. All right. The issue with it is it requires a golden animal cracker, which requires the master room. So the master room itself is literally like 4 hours of your time to do. And the only run that needs enough, that needs as much money as the fish pond produces is literally perfection and its variants. So yeah, again, it only matters for perfection and whatever other challenge runs players actually want to do, but Challenge runs are different. The rules are generally based off of their own players. There's no really like concrete rule set for that. Why cabin? Vacation home, so I don't have to run all the way back to my farmhouse every single day that I want to go to the left-hand side of my farm. There was a point in time where I was chopping all 8 of the stumps on the left side of the farm, so instead of having to walk all the way back to the right, I was just walking between the 2 cabins. They're vacation homes. Lionfish, because of tiger slime eggs, it sells for the most. No, I don't need... No, I guess I do need a rabbit's foot. Fine. I don't really upgrade the house there, but I'm just gonna upgrade the house in spring. I'm not too worried about room right now. I don't need the room until later, since I don't need to do mushroom stumps. All right, spring 14th we go. We'll have a little detour, but... I'm doing JoJo list, so I'm doing the community center raw. So no, I cannot do JoJo waivers. This run would be 7 hours long if I was doing JoJo. JoJo, yep. Grass not disappearing in winter is one of the most annoying speedrun changes. I was supposed to... Well, now I'm not actually supposed to do that, bookseller. These won't be done by the 14th, and I probably need extra cash. Ah. We're fine. Fuck it. Please, game, give me fish book. Of course, you didn't give me a lightning. Fish book. Please, fish book. I just need a nice little fish book here. Nah, there's a few other chances, but... Alright, that's fine. It's not a reset, by the way. It just means our RNG is, we gotta wait until noon on the 16th. Unfortunately, I don't think I can buy Starfruit the next 2 days, so we're kind of a little late on the harvest, but it's fine. Or the cycle. I find that the in-game music doesn't play often enough. So a lot of times we'll just be sitting in silence without me playing a playlist. It also doesn't help that I sleep a lot of days, so then you only hear like the start of the theme over and over and over again. Bookworm thing for 2 months. That's just a constant blue ball.
Hi.
I don't name the scarecrow. Yeah, basically, just because of the stumps on the left-hand side. Forest Farm is just overall the best farm in the game anyways, so. I think the 3 most used farms in just in speedrunning is Forest, Beach, and then I guess it's now Meadow with 2. I think Beach and Meadow are tied at like 2, and then every other run is literally Forest Farm. Yeah, Meadow is for Mayo, and there's a funny strap for it on Skull Cavern Floor 100, so it's good for 2 meme runs. Standard's not used, no. Standard's hardly used. It doesn't have any, like, you don't really need that much crop space. That amount of crop space is unnecessary. So you really only use the farms for the perks. There might be one that uses mining that I'm just not remembering. I just hate Meadow's layout. I think it has the worst layout of every farm. It's the main issue I have with the Meadowland farm, is its layout. Didn't Glitch Mines 120 use the mining farm for earlier mining XP? That may have been true, I just don't remember. I don't know the glitch categories very well. The left side of the forest farm is just too powerful for speedruns to ignore. 3 mushrooms so you can open up going the Bat Cave in CC, so you don't have to worry about buying trees, which are much more expensive. Mushroom Cave is trash anyways. So painful, so low of odds. The extra foraging, especially the specialty forge like Morels, it's just such a huge money boost at the start of a run, especially ones that you sleep a bunch of days for. All right, so it's mining. What does that mean for us? Spring 15th, year 3. Are we playing that far? We're in year 2, right? Spring 16th, year 2. We got mining. And then spring 15th, year 3. I'll play it just because these years go fast. There's a 20% chance it's a fishing book. Year 2 goes fast, so I don't mind doing it. And I'm not going to start another run at this point, so I'll go until it's completely dead. Yeah, I know it's not great odds. When did I say they were good odds? Bronox, thank you for the prime. Go, 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 go. Thank you for the tier 1. Annoying cycles I'm on, but it's fine. How many hours do I have in Stardew? Over 6,000. More tree spawns? Mainly because of green rain, but yes. The main culprit is green rain, which causes more tree spawns, but other than that, like, the odds have been unchanged. It's just green rain being funny. Okay, I gotta buy 5. I'm just gonna buy 525 star fruit. That bobber is just the best bobber in the game, so. There's no downside to using a trap bobber. It just makes the fish escape slower. So the green bar decreases slower. I'm actually gonna have to do the mining this run. Fuck. Farm it? For a run like this? No. I just got lucky and got one. I have different ways of getting it. You can brute force ancient seeds with seed makers. You just grow up blueberries and put in the blueberry crops into seed makers and get one and then propagate it that way. That's the easiest way of doing it. And the way that I normally do it, it's just fortunately the last 2 runs I've gotten the ancient seed when I'm just trying to get down to floor 40. It's really not worth trying to farm an ancient seed from grubs unless if you specifically have the burglar's ring, which is a little too much effort for me right now. Buy book. Those books are good. Why jam and not wine? It's annoying to get kegs up compared to just being able to buy all the resources of jars, and jars aren't that much worse than kegs. Especially because they don't take as long to do, so I can go through more. I would need, what, like 30% more kegs to go through all the starfruit in the same amount of time as I can go through the kegs. Or that I can go through the jelly. So I need more throughput, and then I have to get the more annoying resource, which is oak resin. And then I gotta go get the iron and the copper. It just becomes a big mess where I can just buy the coal, buy the wood, buy the stone, craft the preserve jars. Very quick. Really just not that much worse is more of the thing. And I also don't have a use for the kegs later because once I have ancient fruit on the island and the iridium scythe, it's actually slower RTA to scythe the ancient fruit, then wine it, and then sleep 7 days and do it again. It's faster money-wise for me to harvest the ancient fruit, sell it raw, and then sleep 7 days and harvest it again. And when I say RTA, that stands for real-time attack. It's a speedrunning term. It just means real-time. So I gain more money per minute, not kegging the ancient fruit and just selling it raw because the iridium scythe is so broken. Oh god, these aren't done yet. It's not efficient in-game days wise, but that's not the point of this run. This point is to do it as fast as possible. I don't care about in-game days. Sleeping an extra day takes 7 seconds. Am I gonna marry? Fastest person to marry is Krobus in this run. I've done enough perfection runs where I've literally married every single spouse because of them. So at this point, I just go with the fastest, and it's always Krobus. Because anyways, if I put it up to a vote, Krobus would always win if he's on the list. Yeah, I have to get Krobus up to 10 hearts, and then they only need to get 2 extra hearts instead of 8. I don't need blueberries this run. I do need to buy the other stuff, though. I can do it on next harvest day. Yeah. That's also another reason why Krobus is faster. Not having to worry about dating him. And then I already have enough Void Essences to buy the Void Pendant because I have to kill 250 Serpents. So I'm not worried about the Void Essence. It's very easy to buy the bouquet instead of waiting, or the pendant instead of waiting for a rain day. Raccoon is not required for perfection now. We'll be completely skipping the raccoon this run. Raccoon Journal is not required now. You do not need to get all the books in perfection. Sell the jelly. I gotta buy. Gotta buy gold, coal. I'll probably buy a few copper bars, or a few copper, so I can make big chests for more storage space. We're gonna upgrade or buy a barn, probably. Bro, where did my wood and stone go? Did I really organize? It's so annoying. It's such a like it's such a bad habit, but at the same time it's understandable of why I do it. I'm just trying to get shit out of my inventory. And if there's any wood or stone in the chest, the wood and stone that I'm like trying to carry just gets out of my inventory and goes into the chest. Also, my nose definitely just started bleeding right there. I felt that. I can't pause. Well, I could, but I don't want to. What's more enjoyable? Speedruns to me. Mindays gets really degenerate very quickly in terms of strategies. Yeah, pause buffering. Woo! We love pause buffering. Current on PC, because I wouldn't play this game on anything but PC. I'm going to deal with this nose real quick, so I'll be right back. Still bleeding. It's fine. How's the baby boy? Mad that we're not letting him outside as much to eat cicadas. Why is 1.6? Mostly due to the mastery room. Iridium Scythe and Treasure Totems are, like, very broken for speedrunning. To be specific. What is the one crafting recipe you relate to the most? I don't know how to give a good answer to that. Pretty good for batteries. Crafting recipe. Trying to think of a joke for one. Oh, of course one of them fucking... whatever. To be fair, we only went -1 from average. Or wait. No, we got 9. Oh, we went -3 from average. Oh, whatever. It's not a huge deal. Gonna go preserve jars because I craft it the most, I guess. I can't think of anything like real funny about it. No, we don't need anything in summer. Keg? No. Jars. I want to be the middle child. You got the baby, which is dehydrators. Then you got the older child, which is kegs. And then you got the middle child, which is preserve jars. There. Most relatable to me. I'm a middle child. I do need to go to Skull Caverns. I do it very late, though. Actually, the funnier part about it is the fact that the day that I want to do the Skull Cavern run is the exact same day as the book cart check. So I'm going to have to wait until noon to check if it's the book and then reset the day and do Skull Caverns in the morning. That's the most fucked part about it. I just buy it at the end of the day. 'Cause I have extra time since I have to go and buy the foraging books anyways. Again, there's only a 20% chance that the cart even has the fishing book right now. So I'm kind of just literally doing this for a 20% chance of this run actually continuing. So keep that in mind as you watch this. This run is most likely about to be reset. Very high likelihood. Um... So I am going to speed up Pam. I am then going to trade my jades for staircases, go to floor 80, and then start farming gold ore and hopefully to get a ruby. Or start farming gold ore for level 5 mining and hopefully get a ruby. I'm gonna need to upgrade the barn or coop at some point, and then at some point in the day after I'm done farming level 5, or probably after I do all this shenanigans, I need to buy 800 iron ore, 200 coal, 500 coffee, and 100 salads. 150 coffee. For a cabbage? No, I'm going to Skull Caverns for iridium ore. I need 5 iridium bars to repair the boat. I also need prismatic shards for enchanting tools later on. I also am doing it during the desert festival, so I can gain calico eggs to trade for foraging books, which I technically don't actually need to do. Because I'm guaranteed a foraging book. Probably still do it anyway, so it's less money. I also need to get a few fire quartz for duping as well. all this work for a 20% chance. I'm gonna use the horse. Horse is slow. I don't remember the last time I've actually built a stable in this game because of how useless horses are. Once you get to late game, you're warping 90% of the time, so it's really annoying to just whip out the horse fruit or even get the horse flute to get the horse to travel with you. Especially since I'm going to be spending a majority of the rest of the run on the island, which I can't use the horse until I get the horse flute, and then the horse flute is a waste of time to get the extra key gems for. And it realistically doesn't save any time because you got to get on and off the horse, which loses a bunch of time because I care about RTA time, not in-game time. And then the horse flute also wastes even more time because you got to do the entire flute thing. The horse is just really bad for speedruns. Not worth it. Now, the coffee and espressos work with the horse. So that doesn't matter too much. Actually, it's more of the fact that getting on and off the horse is very redundant. And then what does it matter when I'm going to have obelisks to warp around the area very quickly and the return scepter? I should have just walked to the end of that floor when I made a difference. It has the slingshot in it. Okay, so we need mining level 5 and a ruby, ideally. Oh, and also fire quartz. So I'm trying to find, I'm just gonna read this just to get these out of my inventory. I get the 200k or the 2k backpack pretty early just because it's a nice, it's pretty efficient. It's only 2k for 12 extra backpack spots. But the 10k one, I probably should have bought when I was at Piers today. Just because I have the money. I just wasn't really thinking about it. I'm done with this run. I soft locked myself by double clicking. I actually soft locked myself by double clicking. Holy fuck, this game is so bad. It's a 20% chance anyways. I'll look it up. What happened? If you double click while trying to start a building, it tries to open up the menu twice and it just soft locks itself. It's stupid. The only way to get out of that is by Alt F4ing. That's so dumb. Alright, what was it? Spring 15th? Oh, that's year 2. Wait, what? I was looking at the wrong file, apparently. We would have lost it anyways. It was a waste of time. We had a 20% chance. We actually would have hit the winter 19th and the winter 26th. I'm actually curious. Woodcutter weekly. We would have gotten that again. Combat quarterly, woodcutter weekly. We actually hit both of those. Stardew Almanac in year 4, so we wouldn't have even gotten the fishing one there. Bait. What is it called? Is it Bobber? Boober. Bait and Bobber. It won't search books. That sucks. Year 9. We would have had to gone to year 9. Year 9. We love year 9. Woo! We love year 9. It's so dumb. Back to the lab. No, it works fine. I just didn't get lucky. I got the bait and bobber in year 1, and then it just didn't show up for year, it didn't show up in, like, the 2-year period that I'm looking for. I just need the bait and bobber book to show up between, like, mid-spring year 2 and, the end of spring year 1, or year 3. I could technically probably get away with it in summer as well. Depending on if I have, master fish or not, the master fish bundle, because then I need it earlier. So it's really just a like, I have basically a full year period to get the bait and bobber book in. Year and a half. It just got it too early this run. Unfortunate part. I don't think there's really any other good way of doing it. I don't want to do crab pots, because then it makes the fishing slow, because I don't want to do crab pots until I have access to Ginger Island. But I need to fish to get to Ginger Island, and I don't want to fish without being level 10 to buy an immediate iridium rod, so I don't have to do the slow fishing at the start. That's the bigger time save about fishing, is not actually, like, skipping crab pots, because I think crab pots is theoretically faster. But it's slower because then my CC goes faster, and my the CC fishing goes faster, and then I don't have to fish until level 3. Oh yeah, I also soft locked at Robin's menu. I double clicked while trying to craft while trying to build a barn, and it got me stuck in the menu again. Because for whatever reason, when you click in that menu, it doesn't actually disable the menu right away. So I probably clicked the build and then moved my mouse slightly to the right and clicked the demolish button. So it's trying to build and demolish at the same time, which soft locks you. You have to Alt F4 to get out of it. It's really annoying. What did I miss? I didn't get the bait book. Year 9. The only other bait book I had was year 1, and this is too early. Unlucky. So be it. I'm getting better at the start, though, so I'm, like, more comfortable with it. Which is good. Because how many, like, practice runs did I do before I actually got a run? And you can say, but then what about your end game? Your end game's gonna be sloppy, and it's like, nah, we're good. Smile, just be better. Just don't mess up. Yep, that's basically how it goes. Alright, I'm not starting another run today. I don't want to be streaming until 8. So yeah, I'm gonna appreciate you guys watching. I'm gonna go right out on Twitch, so YouTube, we're gonna see you off. So appreciate you guys watching, appreciate the support. I will be back on I'll be back on tomorrow. I'll stream tomorrow and then probably take Monday off if I don't get a run going. Yeah. So hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Great rest of your Saturday. I will be back on tomorrow doing more runs and hopefully more fish books. But yeah, hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Stay safe out there and just take care. Later. Peace. Alright, who are we rating? Both Elite Chat and Salmons is on. Anybody else that I know? Yeah, Elite Chat's on break and I rated her yesterday. Hey, rate Spubby. He's doing Terraria. Top 50 runs. I'm just gonna rate Spubby. I haven't rated him in a bit. He rates me occasionally. Oh. And it looks like he did get a pyramid. Yeah. Anyways, I am gonna peace. I will be back on tomorrow, hopefully getting the Bait and Bobber book. Yeah, I don't got much else to say. So, appreciate you guys watching. Appreciate the support. I will be back on tomorrow. Hope you guys have a great rest of your evening, great rest of your day. Stay safe out there and just take care. Later. Peace.